Yeah.
18 years old. She was. Gerald, you were wrong. You must know.
Sign these.
Huh?
Who signed these?
It's just a.
Bellevue
Something that become.
Bellevue Estate, did both, is it from 18th Street? It's his son, a grandson, that's in Tampa, he's a lawyer. And this is the deed restrictions of, there's sections into the sections, this is my section. Also here. Sections.
All right, good evening, everyone. Welcome. It is now 6 p.m. and the July 6, 2026 Bel Air Beach City Council meeting will come to order. I will now offer tonight's invocation. Please bow your heads. Heavenly Father, we come before you tonight with gratitude for this community, for the people who call Bel Air Beach home, and for the privilege of serving them. We ask for wisdom, patience, and clarity as we consider the matters before us this evening. Help us listen carefully, speak respectfully, and make decisions that are fair, thoughtful, and in the best interest of our residents. We are grateful for our city staff, our first responders, our sheriff's office, our fire district, our volunteers, and all those who work to keep our city safe, beautiful, and well cared for. Guide this council tonight with humility and purpose. Remind us that public service is a responsibility, not a position, and that our words and actions should reflect respect for one another and love for this community. Please bless our residents, protect our city, and lead us in the work ahead. Amen.
Amen.
Now, please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Kathy, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Bankert.
Present.
Councilmember Bean.
Here.
Councilmember Goff.
Present.
Councilmember Harper.
Present.
Councilmember Shirley. Here. Vice Mayor Roberts.
Here.
Mayor Gaddis.
Here.
Manager Riefler.
Here.
City Attorney Trask.
Here. Thank you, Kathy. Our first item is approval of the agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
Motion.
Motion is made by Councilmember Bankert. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
Oh, geez, I'm going to give that one to Councilmember Shirley. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, the agenda is approved. All right, we're up to item number 2, which is a presentation from the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office, beginning with the monthly law enforcement report.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sergeant Pion. I'm from the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office. I have these stats for the month of June about the beach monthly analysis. Previous month, we had 2 assaults that were documented. Both of those were domestic related. One of those resulted in arrest. The other one was documented as unfounded. There were 7 people arrested in total for that month, resulting in 11 charges. 5 of them were for traffic related offenses and the subsequent charges that resulted from that, including some drug paraphernalia and drugs that were found in vehicles. One of them was for a warrant, and the other one was for the domestic offense that I had already referenced. In addition, that violation of injunction was also related to the same case, just later on with the same person. There was a total of 638 events in the city. The overwhelming majority were all self-initiated, proactive by the deputies. There was 144 directed patrols, 128 traffic stops. They located 62 illegally parked vehicles and had 24 ordinance violations. Good news, there was no crashes in the city last month. Everybody was off their cell phones and paying attention. There was 177 citations and warnings issued. Again, the overwhelming traffic stops were conducted on Gulf Boulevard. Out of those 177 citations and warnings, there were 65 parking violations, 25 traffic citations, and 86 warnings. On a side note, I do know that there was concern for the public parking or the resident parking on the beaches that I'd spoken about previously. We did do some proactive controls there. And we had, I think, just one out-of-town person parking there. The other vehicles that were located were all city permitted residents. So we're doing a good job on that as well. Guys have any questions?
Great. Council, any questions?
Same.
Comments? No?
Good job.
All right, thank you so much. Appreciate you being here tonight. All right, next up, Sergeant Trump.
Good evening, council. Appreciate you having, or allowing me to be here tonight. I am Deputy Trump and I do your code enforcement for the city of Bel Air Beach. We actually had a little bit lighter month this month.
Deputy, is your mic on?
It's not very loud.
Sorry, can you hear me
Much
now?
better.
Much better. So I apologize. We actually had a little bit lighter month this month. We've had very good compliance, a lot of just smaller calls, some of them being, the longer grass and things like that, which we've had great compliance with, getting a hold of owners and people are taking care of it. I will tell you, a lot of that has to do with some of the lots right now, because as you know, we have a lot of demolition going on. Some of the lots are sitting vacant. They're not being well maintained, but we're able to get a hold of the owners and they're being nice enough to come out and work with us as far as, keeping the lots cut down. One of the biggest things that we are continuing to work with is the construction sites themselves, trying to keep them maintained, keep the construction companies watching them so that they're, sweeping up, cleaning up, keeping the sites maintained. Garbage is going into the dumpsters like it's supposed to be, and the dumpsters are getting emptied on a regular basis and everything else. So you have, I know you have a copy of the packet, which has some of our most prudent or our most prevalent cases and everything else on there for your Sunday reading. A lot of the cases that are in there, we do have some of them that are long-term cases that we are still working through. We are getting slow compliance on several of them, but we are moving forward with them. So again, we are getting good compliance and we're trying to work through some of these longer term cases and get these closed out. For the month, I had a total of 120 entries that I actually made. 35 of those were new cases. I followed up on 46 cases and I was able to close 39 of them. So right now we have a total of 20 open cases in the system, in the iWork system for us. And I actually added 3 of those today. So any questions?
Council? Yes.
I don't know if you could give us any insight on that Nautical Watch condominiums at the end of the island. Is there any update on that? I see they put the fence all up, but I see sometimes cruisers down there. I don't know if people are trying to squat in there or.
They do. Well, we've been trying to do a little bit extra because the fence is not completely tight. Let's put it that way. So we're trying to keep people basically from walking through there and being around there because, it's not in working condition right now. The last I heard on Nautical Watch is that they have finally obtained their permits.
Okay.
So we are expecting to see some hopefully progress on that pretty soon.
Thank you.
I did have one question. So when you talked about some long-term issues, what is the normal process?
The long-term, some of these long-term questions is basically if I find or it's reported some type of a violation, I'll go out there and we start addressing the violation. With that, I will give you one example of a blighted property that is up on Hibiscus Drive East. And this has been a long-term working with that one. One, the owner is very rarely there. When he is there, he is not taking care of the property very well. So that process after that, not only has he been noticed by me, but then he gets formal notice by the city. If we still get or do not go or have much compliance from there, then it goes to a hearing, which that one actually has been to a hearing. The magistrate from there will usually give either a fine or a certain amount of time in order to have the violations corrected. And if they're not corrected by a certain amount of time, then it'll go back to a hearing for further fines or finding out basically what's going on. Like that property there, we have provided the gentleman with a couple of extensions with the permission of the magistrate, because again, same thing, he is trying to comply. He's trying to get the issues taken care of, so he is moving forward. It may not be an overnight process, but he is moving forward in order to try and get the issues taken care of on the property. So we're allowing him the extensions because he is moving forward with it.
Perfect. Thank you.
Councilmember Harper, did you have a question?
Oh,
All right. Thank you very much.
Just one quick question, sorry. On the iWork system, Deputy, so what do you, I know we've been using it now for a certain amount of time.
Yes, sir.
At the very beginning, with anything new, it was a little bit of a challenge. So how are things working now?
I still like the iWork system. Not only one, it allows you all to see all of my notes in there, even notes like sometimes the girls get, I'm sorry, so the staff, the girls in there, they'll get phone calls or however, they can go in and make notes to me or in the case, because I review all the open cases. I try to go through them every single day. The city manager will update it with notes, but I think it works very well because I can see, the notes or progress if something has happened while I'm not here. Or the city manager also reviews them also on a standard basis, and he can see notes and we can adjust from there or discuss if we need to go further or go a different route with a case. But I believe it works very well.
Perfect. Thank you.
So
Anything else? Thank you, Deputy. I appreciate you being here tonight. Thanks for your service. All right, next up, item 3, a presentation from Pinellas Suncoast Fire and Rescue District. Welcome, Chief Grimes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. I have a little PowerPoint here. Oh. It's on the laptop.
Don't steal Tom's thunder.
I'm going to give you a presentation on traffic.
Yeah, on that one.
Just start, and if it comes up, we'll have a bit audio visual. So now it's not working at all. Okay, so just starting at the first slide, the district, just some district activities and some personal activities. The district actually was honored with being selected as the special district of the year for the state of Florida. There's 1,700 districts in Florida. Most people don't realize that. There's more districts than there are municipalities and counties in the state of Florida. Now, they're not all fire districts. There's only about 700 fire districts. The rest are like Swift Mud, Water Management District, Recreation Districts. So we competed with all of those in some objective criteria, and we ended up being selected as District of the Year. So we're pretty proud of that. We also we've made a real effort to make sure our personnel are all certified as district managers. And then one of our commissioners and myself are certified as a district official. One of our EMS chief was awarded from the Center of Public Safety and Excellence, Certified Emergency Services Officer. So he's accredited. We're proud of that. John Morelli is an award that happens every year, and it's given to in Pinellas County, the firefighter of the year. And so our firefighter achieved that this year or won that, earned that. And he earned that for just like all of them, objective criteria, just all in every way being a model firefighter, a good mentor, positive attitude, great paramedic. But he also had several life-saving saves and one firefighting where he pulled somebody out of a burning building. So if we can get there in time and we can go in and pull somebody out. So he had, we call it a grab is our slang, and he had a grab this year. And so he was firefighter of the year, honored by John Maroney Foundation. The department also received an award from the state for our pediatric readiness. And we had 2 firefighters get off probation this year. So
All right, Victor.
making progress. I'll just take it from there. And then just make it close. Yeah. Beautiful. Okay. Should be back to where I was. And those are the call statistics for the district. And you'll see that these are the total fire calls in the district. There were 6 fire calls in Bel Air Beach. Bel Air Beach had 9 EMS calls, making it a total of 15 calls. And you can see on the map, the heat map of where those calls typically occur. And it was pretty typical for the month of June. EMS wise, 76% of our calls are for EMS, 24% for fire. We run about half and half, but 47% of our calls were out of the district this month, and another 53% were in the district. We're part of an amazing system, and I know we have some new council. I think I have some articles that talk about how we fit into the overall system, what a special fire protection district is, and that. But how our system operates is amazing. So we support that system about half the time. These are the calls specific to Bel Air Beach and the totals. So you'll see the call volume by month. It's peak summer months, I guess, is the busiest months, but like Officer Trump said, we noticed that June was a little bit slower than we're used to. So you can see here by types, breathing problems, fire alarms, elevators. A couple of notable calls. We had a gas leak, which had a lot of units on it, and this was actually a gas leak that was here at the city hall. And I brought this up because I want to point out a few things. Our system is amazing. So you had a gas leak or a smell of odor in the city hall, and if you look at the response times, you had 4 engines in a truck on scene. Most the 3 of those engines were on scene in about 6 minutes, and the final unit arrived in about 12 minutes. So you have and they were from Largo, Clearwater, and us. So the system all works together, and I thought it was amazing. The 4.5 or 4.5 minute response time was the first arriving unit here, fire truck, and 12.5 or 12.25 is the last unit that arrived on scene. Fortunately, everything was okay. I thought I'd get questions about the July 4th weekend. A typical weekend, we have 20 to 30 calls. So to give you a perspective, we had 70 over the 4th of July weekend. You can see the numbers by day, the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. The 4th of July was just extremely busy. Our call concurrency, which means 2 calls going on at once, was 42%. We had water emergencies that you'd expect, one on the Bel Air Causeway, drowning, several drowning calls, and there was an unfortunate outcome of a drowning here in Bel Air Beach. Now this is district wide, so we had 1 cardiac arrest, and what I'll point out is I often talk about response times. It was in Indian Rocks Beach at 7th Avenue, so we're pretty close there. We were able to get on scene in 7 minutes, and the person was resuscitated successfully, and last we knew was doing well at the hospital. So from heart stopped, no breathing, to doing well at the hospital. And that's all about that response time being less, the less the better. We had an overdose, stroke, fire incidents. We had one working structure fire. It was so busy on the 5th of July and over the weekend that we actually were the primary unit over by the Tyrone, that mall on Park Street, over by Lake Seminole almost, is it? Yeah. We were the primary command unit on that call because all the units in the county were so busy. So as you can see, outside fire, gas leak, unconfirmed structure fire, and then some motor vehicle collisions. So this is the medical, 36 of the calls were medical, and another breakdown of them. So other activities for the month, we did some outreach on inspections, 118 inspections, 29 re-inspections, 116 short-term rental inspections. We also try to do as much public education as we can. We participated in the Flag Day ceremony. We had a blood drive and then the Hurricane Expo. And the county's got this great thing. If you ever get the opportunity to use it, the ribbon that we hang from our fire truck, but it shows the level of evacuation, but basically where the water's going to be if it's level A, level B, level C, level D. So you can see there in the pink on the bottom, and many of the residents here can attest to that. We were in, pretty high up that ribbon during the last storms. We got a check for almost $250,000 from the state. Speaking of hurricanes, for our emergency operations center generator. So we do have an emergency operations center. It's quite and it's set up at the Indian Rocks Christian church. Yeah.
Church.
And sorry. And they've given us one of the entire schools. So we highly encourage there to be some sort of unified command. So obviously, if you want to participate, we have rooms. If we can help out during your EOC activation, we'll have people assigned directly to the county. And so we have a direct line to the county EOC. And then I'm encouraging city support there, city liaison there. They'll feed us, which is really important. For when you're trapped for 48 hours. Our capital projects are going well. 28 is topped off. That's the mainland station. The station here on Indian Rocks Beach, which will be operational October 1st, is drywall, the air conditioning, all the weapons are in. So it's getting pretty close to being done. And we're super excited about that. And then our main station has a remodel for next year. Tiki Gardens is 2030. We're looking for, but thank you for your support on that. And I wanted to update you, and I gave you a one-page handout because I think it's the walking around information. So we requested, we're your fire district. We're not your EMS. We contract with the county. The county contracts with us for EMS. And so we rely on them for funding for paramedic positions. We've asked and you all supported for 2 paramedic positions this year, one for our new station that will serve this area, and one to upgrade a unit that we already have, they've already purchased for us, but it's a rescue. And the idea is a rescue is like an ambulance, but it's painted like a fire truck, but it can transport people. So in our system, the ambulance company does all the transports, the white ambulances you see. And then the fire departments have rescues for just a pressure relief valve in an emergency, no ambulance available, or the ambulance ETA is a little bit long and it's something really bad. They can put the person in the rescue and transport. So every area in the county is covered by a rescue except for this area and part of over by Seminole. But you can see on the map on my slide, the map in the center of the slide, the green area is uncovered by rescue. And so we asked the county for a rescue position as well to turn one of our stations into a rescue capable. The other day we had a stroke and we didn't have an ambulance. We needed a rescue. And so we called for one and we got one from Pinellas Park. So to give you an idea. So in a stroke, that just doesn't work. It's an amazing system. It's an amazing concept that the fire rescue provides the pressure relief valve for if the ambulance has an issue. And And we think this community needs it. You all helped us with a resolution. Now, the county staff recommended not to approve that position. And so the next recourse is the county commission has to vote on the budget in August. And so I'm trying to educate, and I'm going to be asking the mayors to reach out to the county commissioners. I'm meeting, and I have met with every county commissioner to discuss the issue. The only chance of going against the staff recommendation is if the county commission steps in to do it. So I gave you a little talking points on a sheet on that. Those are the bullet points in the slideshow of the rescue coverage. And then, like I said, I did the informational sheet, which really talks about, and if you look on the back page of the sheet, I find this fascinating. And I know my one commissioner who's a numbers person will enjoy this. The chart that you see on the page shows how much of your EMS money you get back. So how much in our system, there's a 0.805 mil that every taxpayer pays, right? And so that chart shows how much of that 805 mil do you get back. And so you'll see that the top givers, so we call them givers and takers, the top givers in the county is Clearwater and St. Petersburg, the big cities. The third giver in the county is this area. We give $2.9 million to the system of taxpayer money. And so we're the highest smaller department as far as a giver. And you can see down on the other side where Largo is, receives more funds, or Lumen receives 205% of their EMS tax they get back. So the general argument is we're the only area in the county that doesn't have a rescue, and we're a major giver to the system, and we don't mind being a major giver to the system. However, we've got to set the bar at a floor, and we're asking the county commission to sort of overrule the staff recommendation. There's a lot of headwinds this month or this year because of the homestead, the tax reform and all those other things, projected EMS budget 6 years out and those kind of things. And, my philosophy has always been we have to manage the business in front of us, businesses, until something changes, until the tax reform goes through, or until we have to deal with a change. But this should be the minimum level. So we're going to be talking a little bit more about that. But I wanted to give you a briefing because I always want you all to be able to speak to it in case you're asked about it. And I think that's it.
All right, thank you for the very detailed report. Do we have any questions for Chief Grimes? Yes, Marv.
Chief, I'm interested, we do have fluctuation in water pressure throughout the city. And I'm just wondering when the last time our hydrants were flushed and checked for the proper flow rate and pressure.
Yeah, it's an ongoing, and it's the county doesn't allow us to do it. They do it themselves. But we were we were audited by the Insurance Service Organization, ISO, which sets or has to do with the hazard rates that you pay for insurance. So we were just inspected by them, and we meet their threshold of how many hydrants are inspected and how they're flow tested. There's times you have to do 2 hydrants at once, and there's times when you can do individual hydrants and that sort of thing. So we are up to date on that. I can't tell you the last time the county's actually gone out and did it. At some point, when I get time, I think that's an issue I'd like to I think we should flow the hydrants, so.
I think you should too, because you're using them.
Right.
They're not, and that's the reason I questioned it.
Yes, thank you. It's on my to-do list is to breach that with the county, but so far they don't allow any fire department to touch the hydrants.
Baker.
Thank you.
Did I hear you right? There was a drowning in Bel Air Beach over the weekend?
Yes.
Was that a fatal one, or?
Yes, unfortunately.
Can you tell us the area?
What I think, it was 3100 Gulf is the address, and
Child, adult?
45-year-old male.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Other questions or comments?
Just a comment. I know that on Harrison Avenue, probably about 6 weeks ago, they tested our hydrants, so I'll
good.
say through I'll say through the city, they probably did that. But then immediately after, we had that fire on at the end of Harrison and everything worked perfectly.
Oh,
Yes, everything worked fine.
great.
Councilmember Dolph?
Yes, sir. Now, you had said in here that the more than 50% is out of district. Can you give me an example of what out of district is?
So we respond because we operate like a system on fire calls. Well, the entire county works on something we call AVL, automatic vehicle locators. So no matter what, if Clearwater's or if my unit transports to Morton Plant and then they're on their way back and they're closer to an incident in Largo, they'll get dispatched on the Largo incident. Now, historically, what it means for us is we respond a lot into the unincorporated area of Seminoles coverage area. We do respond into Largo, north side of Walshingham. You know, occasionally we go to Clearwater. If Clearwater needs a truck, we have a truck on a standard fire. There's like a confirmed fire. There's 2 trucks, 3 fire engines. And so our truck will get pulled from our district. So, or it could happen on motor vehicle accident, any incident where it requires multiple units, the county all works together and only the closest come. So even though we have, over the holiday, we actually staffed, I forgot to mention that we staffed an extra rescue. But you know, if there's multiple calls, we don't send only our rescue, we send the closest. So a statistic I usually give is out of those 15 calls in Bel Air Beach, we only responded primarily to 2 of them. The rest of them were Largo because the 44 is closer, or 43. So it all works together like that. It's a give and take. We're not unique that we're just 50%. We do a lot, but other departments do the same thing. Does that help?
Absolutely, it does. So in your data, do you break out which ones you responded to and which ones
Yes.
someone else responded? Okay.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Any other questions or comments for Chief Grimes?
Thank you for the data.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate the report, and we'll see you next month, if not sooner.
Thank you.
All right, up next is Tom Washburn from the Public Works Transportation Division of Pinellas County. Welcome, Tom. Let's see if we can get your report back up there.
Thanks for having me back. It's good to be back in the city of Bel Air Beach. So I'm here tonight to talk about the speeds out on Gulf Boulevard. I know there's been a lot of interest in considering a reduction in speed. So the question that I'm here to help you guys address is, should the speed limit on Gulf Boulevard be reduced from 35 to 30? I know there's been some discussions in the past about just lowering it. There's a state statute that says in the absence of everything else, the posted speed limit would be 30. So we've had those requests. State law requires that speed limits be established through the use of an engineering study that considers not only the existing operating speeds, but roadway characteristics, traffic volumes, crashes, those type of things. Just for context, existing posted speeds along Gulf Boulevard, City of Clearwater is 35, City of Bel Air Beach is 35, Indian Rocks is 30, and as you go farther south, the beach communities vary between 30 and 35. And then out on the causeway, it's 35 to the top of the bridge, and then as you get into Bel Air Bluffs, it's 30. That was a decision that was made back when the bridge was completed, probably 15 years ago. The governing criteria, we've got several of them, and I'll be brief on this, but there's four of them that I want to touch on, two state statutes and two administrative codes. Florida Statute 316-006 is jurisdiction. Basically, what that says is that traffic control authority on a county road within a municipality falls to the municipality in the absence of an interlocal agreement that transfers that. The only interlocal agreement that the county has with other agencies is our ATMS-ITS agreement. And so when we add ITS equipment to a corridor, that traffic control authority transfers by that interlocal agreement. So whereas when we built the Bel Air Causeway Bridge, we did not have ITS equipment out on Bel Air Causeway. We've got that now, so that traffic control authority has reverted to the county, just for contextual purposes. For the purposes of Gulf Boulevard, the decision lies with the city of Bel Air Beach. Establishment of municipal and county speed limits. I'm sure you guys are familiar with this, but it basically says that in the absence of other data or other postings, that 30 miles per hour is the legal posted speed along roads within a municipality. The bottom there that I've got outlined in red, right at the bottom, it does say, however, the Board of County Commissioners may set speed zones altering such speeds. And so at some point, that is what was done out on Gulf Boulevard within the city. We don't have records. We've talked with Kyle. The city, I'm not aware that you have records of when it was changed to 35, but I've been with the county for 20 years, and as far as I know, our records, it's always been 35 miles per hour posted speed. Getting into the Florida administrative codes, this basically says that the state has to adopt traffic standards, and so they've adopted the Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices. That's what all the agencies follow. This is a federal standard that's got all the criteria for anything traffic related. And then finally dropping down to Administrative Code 14-15-012. This is how the state establishes the criteria for speed limits. I've given Kyle a copy of this manual, and I've got an excerpt here from the chapter that talks about how to post speeds. So you collect the speed data on a road, and then as you go through your analysis, you identify what the 85th percentile speed is and what the pace is, and I'll define those in just a minute. But when it comes to setting the speed, that data is critical because you're required to set it within 3 miles per hour of the 85th percentile speed, and at not any higher than the upper limit of the 10 mile per hour pace. So a couple different criteria that once we've got the data that we apply. So in terms of the limit, the terms, the 85th percentile speed, basically what that means is you go out and collect all the data. The 85th percentile speed is the speed at which 85% of the vehicles travel at or below. And again, that's one of the data points to set the maximum speed limit. And then the pace is that 10 mile per hour window where most of the traffic volume is occurring. And again, the idea behind setting the speed limits is you're trying to set a speed limit such that most of the vehicles are traveling at about the same speed to avoid, the reckless driving, the aggressive driving, the weaving in and out of traffic, especially on multi-lane highways.
Can I ask a question? Can I ask a question?
Sir.
On your 85th percentile, is that 85th percentile of the desired speed or of the speed that's currently posted?
That is 85th percentile of the data that we've collected. So what we've done is we've set counters out on the road that collects volume and speed.
Right.
We've taken all of the volume all the traffic volume and the speeds that were occurring when they passed that point. And based on that, 85% of those, what you'll see is we're either going at or below that speed.
So I asked the question because I think about the Bel Air Beach, Indian Rocks Beach line, and it's almost like a launching point from a 30 to a 35 zone. So when you're measuring on the Indian Rock side, you're gonna have a different 85th percentile than on the Bel Air Beach side because they're gonna shoot forward as far as their speed. So if the desired speed is to lower the speed or lower the pace, then it seems like the 85th percentile would be a higher pace than we are looking to do. Does that make sense?
The idea, yes, if
It seems like you'd have different, because the speed limit changes, you'd have different 85th percentiles on different sides of the pace mark.
That's possible.
Okay,
That's possible.
all right. Thank you.
Sure. So getting into the actual data that we've collected them at two spots, north and south of Bel Air Beach Causeway. These were collected just about a month ago. June 4th, it was a Thursday. Based on that data, and I've given Kyle, I know this is a little bit difficult to see, but I've given Kyle not only this graphic, but also all the background data that goes into it. So he's got all that to share. The 85th percentile speeds range from 38 to 41 miles per hour. The pace that we measured was between 30 and 40. And again, based on these results and based on that criteria, a 40 mile per hour would be supported by what the requirements are in the speed zoning manual.
I do have a question there.
Yes, sir.
Did you track the speed in the turn lane when nobody can wait anymore and they pull into the turn lane and pass everybody?
No, the counters were placed in the through lanes.
Okay. Thank you.
We also have speed feedback signs that are out on Gulf Boulevard. And you may not be aware, but this measures volume and speeds continuously. So what we've done here is we've pulled out basically the previous 4 weeks, both northbound and southbound. You can see a lot more data points. When we collected it on June 4th, basically the volume south of the causeway was about 10,000 vehicles, 11,000 vehicles. North of the causeway is about 14,000 vehicles. We placed the counters directly opposite where we got the speed feedback signs. And again, a lot more data points over a longer period of time. You can see almost, between 200 and 210,000 data points during that time period. So you get a lot better results when you've got a lot more data, and that's kind of what this shows. The 85th percentile speeds northbound was 33, southbound was 37. And again, based on this data, that supports a 35 mile per hour posted speed.
Quick question.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
So I think everybody understands that it's basically human nature that if the speed limit is 35, people don't really have an issue with going 5 miles over the speed limit, which would kind of tell me that your 38 to 41 is probably accurate because that's what people are actually doing and driving. Therefore, if we did change it to 30, I think logically the average speed would probably drop down to 33 to 35 or 36, something like that. And I think that's really part of our goal because of the multiple crosswalks that we have. And of course, you know better than I do the braking distances and things like that. I always tell my 2 daughters and grandchildren, please don't ever assume when you push that button that the traffic's going to stop, because we all know we've watched that before and we see cars coming and we think, well, surely they're going to stop, and they don't, and they go flying right through. So I think that's really one of our objectives, to want to lower the speed. And again, my statement would be that if our speed limit was 30, then the average speed would probably be more of the 33 to 35, because that's what people do. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think that's a reasonable assumption.
Well, the question I have, or a comment you might, is if someone is hit at 40 versus 30, the odds of them that are going to live through it, 30 would be a lot better. There's no doubt about it. And there's data all over the country that even claims the safest speed within the city would be 20. But I'd surely like to get at least Gulf Boulevard down to 30. Because the stopping range of a car is quite different between 40 and 30. So it's a possibility that a person would survive at a 30-mile-an-hour incident versus a 40.
Yeah, you're correct. I mean, you're correct about the data. It shows that if a pedestrian or bicyclist gets hit at a higher speed, their chance of survival or walking away from that goes down.
Well, the other problem we have out here is when you're doing 35 and you find a bicycle that's electrified passing you up on the right, that's another problem.
Agreed.
And they're on the sidewalks where the kids are with their motorized scooters and they're doing 35 as well. So I think we need to definitely push to lower that speed limit.
Tom, please continue.
I'm almost done. So again, I stopped short of making a recommendation. Again, this is the city's decision. So just a quick summary. We've completed the engineering studies. You've got the data. Those are data points based on speed and volume only. Doesn't take into account some of the other factors to consider, which would be the amount of side street friction, the amount of pedestrian crossings, citations related to speeding, crashes that would be attributed to speeding. Again, the speed study that we collected on the 1 day supports the 40 miles per hour, if that's the way the city wanted to go. The speed feedback signs are a measure that was taken that indicates that the city has taken steps to try to make sure that the motorists out there know what they're doing, know what they're supposed to be doing. That is part of the judgment that goes into setting speeds. Again, that data, much more robust set of data points, does support the 35 miles per hour. And again, based on the data we've collected, there's no engineering justification for the 30 miles per hour. There's not crashes that are occurring out there that we found that were attributed to speed. There are crashes out there. We don't have access to the speeding citation, so I'm not sure if speeding is actually, how much it gets cited out on Gulf Boulevard. So,
Tom, I have a question. If we reduce the speed to 30 on Gulf Boulevard, but the county is maintaining 35 on the bridge, what happens to the amount of traffic collected at the traffic light and up onto the bridge? Is that going to create more traffic problems, or is it going to keep everything calm?
I don't think it'll have an impact to what goes on at the signal. The signal itself is not coordinated with other signals. So I think what's occurring there will continue to occur. It will really become, if the speeds don't come down like you think, then it becomes, we'll have to work with the sheriff's office and there'll have to be an enforcement arm to this.
All right, thank you. Do we have any other questions or comments?
I have one
Yes.
further question.
Go ahead.
In your data collection, you talked about, I'm curious about the concept of pace, flow, and congestion. So at the current pace and flow you're talking about in the presentation, how much congestion was there over that period of time, or did it consistently flow and never clog up? Because I asked the question because a lot of times I come out on Gulf Boulevard and cars are stopped or they're 5 miles an hour and they're just kind of slogging along. So I'm just curious as to how the speed affects that kind of pace, flow, congestion.
Yeah, where we collected the data, and where we put the speed feedback signs, it was should be in an area where you don't experience the congestion related to backups from the signal.
Okay.
That was by design. If we were to do a speed study from scratch and we were using a radar gun, the procedures say that you go out there and you find an area where there is no congestion and you measure vehicles that are traveling at a free speed. They're not inhibited by anything else. So that's by design, and really the goal is to try to find out, in the absence of anything else, how comfortable does a motorist feel that whatever speed they're going to travel on that particular segment of road.
So a true speed.
Exactly.
Thank you.
I did have a question. I wanted to follow up on Mayor Gaddis's statement there. So the county is in control from the bridge to the signal.
Correct.
Gotcha.
Mm.
And that is due to you have. I
We
think you
have
said it's some
installed
investment or something.
our advanced traffic management system along Bel Air Beach Causeway and West Bay Drive.
And what, can you just give me a brief overview what that is?
Sure. That's our fiber optic communication system. It's our cameras at the signalized intersections. It's video detection at the signals. It's the dynamic message signs that you see that help in an evacuation. We have interlocal agreements with each municipality that says when we install that on a roadway, we take over traffic control authority.
Understood. Thank you. Marv?
When the bridge was put in, Beller Beach was given the option of what speed they wanted on the bridge. We could have duplicated what Beller Bluffs did, or we could choose the speed that was on Gulf Boulevard. At the time, the council chose to make our half of the bridge the same as it was on Gulf Boulevard. So if there's any pushback from the county on the bridge speed, I'd question it. We should be able to lower it to whatever we decide on Gulf Boulevard. Because I was on council when that was done.
Yes, Vice Mayor Roberts.
So does Bel Bluffs have a different traffic system installed from the midpoint of the bridge to their first traffic light than we have?
They don't. We have traffic control authority there too. We will be looking at the posted speeds along West Bay Drive. We had other projects planned for West Bay Drive. We just, we haven't gotten complaints about the bridge and the speeds. So,
Okay.
but we haven't gone back out to study it. But if we decided to change the speed limit, that's within our traffic control authority.
Got it. So even if we change our speed on Gulf Boulevard to 30, it would still actually remain 35 from our traffic light out here to the midpoint of the bridge.
Unless they choose
yeah.
to change it.
Okay.
If the city petitioned the county to reduce that speed, what's our success rate of making that happen?
I think we have a good history of working with the municipalities. We're not going to make changes like that without coming and seeking your support. So if we were to come and say we wanted to raise it or lower it, and there just wasn't support for it, we'd rethink that.
And if I had to guess based on Marv's comments, whenever you adopted the bridge, you adopted it whatever speed it was at the time.
No, actually, we did a speed study. We supplied the information to both of the cities, and each city made a different determination. So,
But the adoption came after, is that right?
that's correct.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
All right. Any other questions or comments? No? Everybody good?
I do have a question. There was, several years ago, there was an extensive traffic study done along Gulf Boulevard. And at the time, the council decided, after going through this exercise, that it didn't make sense to lower the speed limit after the county provided us this traffic study. And I was trying to look through past meetings to see if I could find something on it, but are you familiar with that study that was done? There were actually people out sitting along Gulf Boulevard counting traffic for days.
Yes, so that goes back to before we put the islands and the pedestrian crossings. I can get you a copy of that study, but that was specifically to determine the amount of pedestrians that were crossing Gulf Boulevard and where they were crossing so that we could strategically place the RRFBs out there.
Gotcha.
All right, so my final comment is that the council has the option to reduce the speed to 30 if they'd like to, but there's no scientific justification for doing it. It's just, we want the cars to slow down. Is that correct? Is that what I'm hearing?
I do have one question on that though, Mayor Gaddis. So you're saying that there's no engineering justification. So can you give me an idea what that is? So there would have to be car wrecks
No.
at 35 so what would be the engineering justification?
No, crashes are our last resort. What I'm saying is, we've collected the speed data, both with counters and with the speed
Gotcha.
feedback signs that are out there. Based on that data, there's no justification. There's no sightline issues along Gulf Boulevard. You've got good sightlines. We don't see the conflicts. We don't get the reports of aggressive driving. We've got, I presented on this to the council before, but we've got intersection video analytics at the signal. We're not seeing a lot of conflicts, both upstream or downstream from the signal that's being reported. So there's just, you don't have the aggressive driving, you don't have the speeding. You don't have the side street friction, we're not getting a lot of complaints that when pedestrians push the button that vehicles are not yielding. I'm sure that happens to an extent, but we're not getting that.
How would they complain? Because there's no phone numbers on it that says call 1-800 if a car doesn't stop or whatever. What What have they
Actually,
do?
we get complaints to the county quite often about a lot of traffic issues. If we, Kyle will send stuff if he's hearing about it. We monitor some of the social media, pages. But the most direct way to get in touch with us is to call us at the county traffic.
Okay. I have one more question I thought of a while ago. All right, so we have a speeding problem in Bel Air Beach. Would you say that it's people that the majority of speeders are doing closer to 40, or are they doing much faster than 40?
You've got some outliers for sure, and I'd say most of that's probably occurring during non-peak periods, from what I've seen from the data. Peak periods, it's a little more congested out there. I would venture to say that if we were to pull data out of the speed feedback signs for you and focus on certain time periods, we could pinpoint that and just see. And really, that's what we use that data for. The nice thing about those is that measures the data continuously. So we'll pull the data out if we're noticing those type of patterns, either by time of day or day of week. We'll coordinate with the sheriff's office and request a directed patrol and try to get it under control.
All right, thank you. Baker.
Why is Golf Boulevard 35 miles an hour? I've been here 13 years. I was told, because there's no bus stops. That's one of the reasons it's 5 miles faster than Indian Rocks. But then you go into Sand Key, it is 35 miles an hour too, and they do have bus stops. I understand Indian Rocks, there's a lot of businesses, there's a lot more crosswalks, 30 miles an hour, but I just never understood why, if the statute says 30 miles an hour, why it ever got established at 35 here.
Yeah, and unfortunately, we haven't been able to track that down. Like I said, I've been with the county for 20 years. It's been like that.
I appreciate an honest answer from the county. Thank you.
It seems like it was a decision from the city at some point in time. The city set that speed limit. I know there was a time where I think it was as low as like 25
But the county would have had to approve it.
miles per hour. I just remember there were a lot of people getting tickets for speeding on Bel Air Beach years ago.
I'm not disagreeing. I'm just like, if we make an argument, from what I'm hearing, we have to go to the county to get it lowered or raised or whatever like that. So I just am confused why it was ever 30. You come out of Indian Rocks Beach, and I live in 8th Street, and people, even the buses accelerate. You know it, Ken. They go right by your house. I mean,
I didn't think that we needed the county to lower.
Yeah.
You don't, yeah, let me clarify. This is not the county's decision. The city has traffic control authority along.
we can lower it right now if we wanted to 30 miles an hour.
Yeah, and if I had to make an argument, to your point, I would say that the city at least had to approve whenever it was set at 35.
Okay.
You don't have to ask the county's permission. If you tell us that you want to change it, we'll have it reposted. We'll create the official traffic regulation. We'll supply that to the sheriff's office. We'll change out the speed limit signs that are on the speed feedbacks, and we'll reprogram everything.
So would a motion, Mr. Mayor, be in order to accept, lower the 30 mile an hour speed limit?
Can I just add something? If you go back one slide, which I find interesting, because I don't see a speed being an issue when I go northbound. Matter of fact, very few people do the speed limit, and right there indicates that. But I see where on the, south of the light, there's more of an issue. But I know every day driving northbound on Gulf Boulevard, I'm barely breaking 30 miles an hour because of the traffic, the congestion in front of me. I don't know if anyone else experienced it, but now it brings light to south of the light, some of the items you guys have been talking about.
Councilmember Bankert, you made a motion to lower the speed limit. Do you know if this is in our city code, the current speed limit? If it is, it's going to require an ordinance. If it's not, I recommend we do a resolution, so it's official.
It's in the traffic code.
It is in our code, so it's going to require an ordinance. So we're going to have to take this to a work session. We'll discuss it, and then we'll get it on the books if that's the direction the city wants to go.
Thank you.
Tom, I appreciate you being here. Sorry we kept you so long, but it's an important issue.
Yep, not at all. Always happy to come down.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tom.
All right, now we are up to the quarterly board reports. Let's see, let's start with the Board of Adjustments. Do we have a report?
Do I have one? I'm Mike Kelly, Board of Adjustment Chair. Basically, report to you folks that based on the new construction, the volume of construction we have in the city and the amount of reconstruction we've got in the city, you know, the adjustment has gotten very busy. 10 days ago, we had a hearing for 4 different cases. That's basically unheard of in one session. I compliment Kyle and Kathy for piggybacking as many cases as we can because we've got several. I know another hearing come next week. And
Four again.
possibly 4. You know, your average adjustment is 1 case, maybe 2 cases. We're thrilled that you've got 3 and 4 or whatever. I hope it makes it easier for both of you to put them all together. We're getting better attendance at these meetings because now we're getting the applicants here, we're getting members here. And in most cases, what you're seeing now that some of these houses are going up, and Kyle, you've probably got a pile of them in the works for new permits. Situations are being created where folks are having to come out closer to the front property lines because they put steps in these homes. You know, I don't know how many are coming to you, but the Hibiscus Drive of 2 cases that we had last month on back in which the members had to come for us and ask for more usage, that 25-foot setback for steps. And it just doesn't happen in 3 or 4 feet. They're coming out 5 and 6. So the situation's been created by the choice of new construction decisions on their part, and we're willing to work with them. Not necessarily, but the people are being very fair at how they come at us. Around the corner from, if you got that vacant lot on Donato, which is now vacant, one of the cases we had at the last meeting, we got a dock in the wedge lots like you have and Fred Illinois, and that new homeowner has come to us for a variance. So everything is resulting from the new construction and what happened in hurricanes. So it's put on just to get an answer from Velo Beach so they can proceed with the county with their building permits. It's all coming together, and that's the creation of what we got.
I'm just curious, how long did a 4 variance hearing meeting last?
We're done by 7.
I say the last one about 45 minutes to an hour.
Not
Yeah,
bad.
these
not
people
bad.
are prepared through the time it takes. Yes, there was one attorney here that made a presentation. He's an attorney that we all have a lot of respect for. Has been in Belmont Beach on a regular basis. It's Brian. And Brian comes prepared. He puts a PowerPoint presentation on there and he sticks to the point. He answers our questions. Every time I ask anybody, do you want to come up and ask a question? They don't, because they've heard what they want. But this board is seasoned. They ask the right questions. They know what they want to hear. And we're still out here in an hour.
Nice. Do have questions or comments for Mike?
I have one. So due to the volume of variances, are we allowing things now that we wouldn't have in the past?
Things have been created now. Take the 3 homes, one corner of Gulf and Morgan, you've seen it. It's starting to come up. There's been 2 at the north end of Hibiscus Drive West, almost to Jody Street, where the 2 neighbors have gone up. 12, 15. Both of those, well, I can't say both of them have been to us, Kathy, but one of them's been to us twice
already. And again, it's front steps. These are things you haven't seen before. In some cases, it has to do with the home as it sits on a lot is already encroaching into the easements based on when they were built. Some of these homes were built in the 50s. And their side setback on 50 and 1955 when it was built. So they'll be come to us because they're encroaching. They get stuck with it. So here they come. So you're seeing a whole of cases. It's truthfully very interesting. We're very compassionate with the applicants because these are things that they didn't, and they get stuck, and we spent $500 to come to the adjustment to say, I guess we got to do it. We're asking for your help. So it's all a good mix.
Understood, but you're saying you wouldn't have allowed that if somebody was building a brand new house.
True.
But you're saying that since the house was there, somebody bought the house or somebody decided to renovate the house.
These people
That we now
right.
that we now allow something that we wouldn't allow somebody to build from dirt.
True.
Can I just add that these houses are built at the setbacks?
Correct.
And what happens, because they're elevating them 12 feet in the air, you gotta build a set of stairs. Yeah, so that's what.
Really, I think that they wanted everyone to rebuild is what they
But
want.
we're trying to get everyone, above the flood.
Yeah, that's where we're going. Like I said, construction and reconstruction, those are the ones that are going up. And Mike Zabel's house, Dave, was the first one in 12, and Patrick lived next door in 15. And we approved one just over this case on the corner of Hibiscus and that's, I'm not sure how far he's going up, Kyle, but his encroachment was built on the setback line. Now he needs stairs going up to the new house. He's going up 12 to 15 feet.
And I understand the importance of allowing that.
Yeah.
But then now you're gonna preclude somebody that wants to build a house.
Mm.
That maybe had one that was torn down, so now they're not considered. I'm just trying to understand how this works.
Good question. Let's keep moving forward. All right.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Other questions or comments for Mike?
Thank you,
All
Mike.
right. Thank you, Mike. I appreciate you being here.
Good to see everybody.
Appreciate it.
All right, now we are up to Citizens Advisory Committee. Do we have a report?
We do.
No report. Parks and Rec? There she is.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, Patty Roberts, Parks and Rec Board. Had a really good quarter this time because we got a couple of things done and had a lot of fun. So the first one was something that we were working on last quarter or planning, and it's the weekends. So I hope everybody likes the, excuse me, likes the new plantings out there. We had a good time planting them. Little bit of trouble in the beginning with irrigation problems, but I think they've all been resolved now, so everything's starting to bloom. We also had our monthly beach cleanups, and they've been going really well. 1 month, we only had like 3 people, but then the next month we had 9. So it's very cyclical. Our big event was for the summertime was our family fun tournament. When we were trying to have games involving everybody, it ended up with more pickleball people than we did cornhole and Jenga and things like that. But the pickleball tournament turned out very well, but about 35 people. And they all seemed to have a great time. Probably the biggest plus was the Kona ice truck because it was so hot. But it was a lot of fun. Thanks to Kathy, Kyle, and the rest of the city staff for doing so much work and during the event itself. Things that we're looking forward to still are the fall festival. Haven't made it complete yet, but we want to do something in the fall that may correlate with a Bucks game and do a tailgate / barbecue but we'll let you know more about it, but that is in the works. And the other goals and projects we're still hoping to eventually get to sometime in the future is a fitness thing out here by the playground, fitness equipment, and resurfacing or improving our tennis courts for tennis and or pickleball. Okay, that's it. Oh, new merchandise. Check out the new hats. They're really, really nice. New merchandise.
All right. Any questions or comments from the council?
Thank you.
I'd like to say something. Wait, Patty.
Yes, ma'am.
I attended the pickleball event. It was
Oh,
very
yes, you
good,
did.
well attended. It was a great event. If you guys if you hear any events going on from Parks and Recs, they're doing a tremendous job. And just in support of the fitness equipment and the pickleball courts, tennis courts. It's much needed. The tennis courts need to be repaired, dug up, replaced, whatever it looks like. I'm not sure. But I hope that the city and the residents and staff will get behind you on that event. I think
Thank
it would
you.
be great. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Patty. All right, planning and zoning. No report. All right, well, we'll just move right along to item 6, which is the city attorney report. Take it away, Tom.
Thank you. As you can see from the agenda packet, Kyle and I have been working on getting the ordinances prepared and in front of you for review and consideration. We're doing 5 this month. I've also drafted 4 additional ordinances. And so those will be coming in the following regular commission meeting or council meeting rather for your consideration. Those would be chapters 50, 70, 74, and 78. Possibly 94. That's the biggest one.
All right. Any questions or comments for Tom? No. All right, let's move right on to the city manager report. You're up,
Thank you,
Mr.
Mayor.
Riefler.
Okay, for the demolition of 1001 Cedar Drive, we just got issued the electrical permit that we needed to relocate the panels. So we're expecting that to get done in the next couple of weeks by Yarborough Electric, and then we're going to proceed with the demolition. As Attorney Trask mentioned, we have some ordinances being read first reading that have to do with our code revisions, the overall that we've been working on for the past couple of years. Tonight, we're going to have chapters 22, 38, 58, and 86 full revisions, first reading, and then there's going to be a portion of chapter 94, which is that large zoning chapter. The portion that we're going to cover tonight is the revision that allows the pergolas and the gazebos as additional structures in the same manner as a shed could be constructed. The reason we moved that along is because we had some permits waiting for that to get passed so that they can proceed. And then the remaining chapters, like Attorney Trask said, he's going to have some more chapters next month, with 94 being our largest chapter.
Hold on 1 second, Kyle. Victor, are we offline? You need a 5-minute recess. Well, this screen came back up. I just need to verify we're still online.
Yeah.
Are we good?
Yep.
All right, continue,
Okay.
please.
So, yes, and then the only other chapter I did not hear was chapter 10, which is our construction and permanent construction. So a couple of months, we should have all these ordinances drafted and being read. And then the remaining code revisions on the table are I'm working with Calvin Giordano and Associates to revise the rental registration requirements, as we talked about with the instead of making it required at the beginning of the year, more so when the resident decides that they are going to rent the property. And then the other revisions would also be in chapter 94, would be to update the turf code. So we have the final recommendations from the state for the requirements that you cannot require beyond, like baseline requirements that have to be allowed for turf. So we have to rewrite our code so that it's in compliance with what the state says the minimum is to be allowed. And then tailor our code for any additional requirements that are allowed after the state's recommendations. So that's going to take a little bit of drafting the language to make sure it's what we want for the city. But I'm not planning on delaying the remainder of the revisions for chapter 94. So that will probably take place after we do the readings and revisions for 94. And then the 22nd Street Bridge Repair Project, we're going to move forward with the repair proposal. I do not have that. But once I do, I plan the next August meeting that we're going to have that on the agenda. The boring subcontract, which is JM Undergrounding, working as a sub under UCF, has returned to finish their part of the undergrounding job in phase 2. They're currently putting in the remainder of the 3-inch, and they're expected to be done by the end of this month. And the positive news is that the Duke subcontractors, which is currently Powertown, is on site for phase 1, actually running the cable, pulling the cable through. So they are doing their part. And they actually placed the first switch, I believe, at 28th Avenue. So some equipment is going in too. So what we're expecting is about a month for all those wire to be pulled, and then they're going to be placing equipment and connecting it. And then we'll keep on getting updates from them to monitor the progress. We talked about the traffic study tonight. I have the FDOT guidance book and I guess all the speed numbers and data that he gave me electronic versions of too. So I will send that out to the council so you have all this to sort through, and then I will put it on the next work session agenda for discussion. And then lastly on here, we have the Citizens Alliance that is working for some of the Bel Air Shore ECL requests and some of the things that the city is trying to proactively protect rights for the citizens. The Citizens Alliance has requested one of the record requests be funded by the city. I did not feel comfortable approving that request when it was made. I know that the Citizens Alliance has been to our meetings, has represented themselves to the council, and the council is aware of what they're doing, but I do not know how to proceed when I receive these requests. Would council like me to approve? Do I have discretion to approve funding for these record requests as they are proposed, or I'm just looking for guidance from council because it's unusual, being that it's not directly coming at the request of council or the city attorney.
Tom, would you like to comment on his question?
Well, I did provide a response because the question came to me as to, should this type of thing be allowed? And I did issue that opinion and basically say that some of the requests are well taken for support of the position that the city has, but I also took the position that those are public records and they'll always be there. If in fact they are needed when some type of appeal or further action is taken, we can request them then. So I had opined that I didn't think that it was necessary to do it at this point, but that's the opinion that I gave to Kyle at the time when it was requested. If the city is going to go ahead and consider these things, my suggestion is that you give certain direction to Kyle, and that may be the number of public records requests or a dollar amount cap or something that would give him a little bit more direction so that he's not shooting from the hip and trying to decide, is it something that the city needs or doesn't need? Should the city support or not support it? And how much should we actually spend on it? So I think that that's the reason why it's set on here. I didn't talk to Kyle before the meeting, so I didn't know that this I was going to be given any further information on that, but that's just some thoughts on it. So.
And Kyle, did you have any any ideas at all as to what the city should allow? Or you would like to see, what would be helpful and beneficial to you and the city?
Well, when we look at it, if Attorney Trask feels it's beneficial records for the city to have, I don't want to, I mean, if it's something useful, I don't want to have to wait to call a special meeting or to the next meeting to approve something like that. If it actually is useful, I'm just looking for a little bit more direction so that I can make a decision when asked, or at least not approach this request.
Okay, and I'm still a little confused as to why the Citizens Alliance is coming to the city to pay for public records from Bel Air Shore. Am I following that correctly?
Yeah, my understanding is that their efforts are benefiting the residents of the city, and I guess that the residents, since they feel so strongly about this, that the city possibly, because of we have a budget for records requests.
All right.
For other means that they.
And as it stands right now, have they turned over any records? Is there a bill at this point?
There is no bill.
There is no bill. So this is, I'm assuming this request was made prior to the state's ruling on the ECL, or is this something later?
This was.
Point of information, I made the request after the ruling because under the ruling, they have 15 days to appeal it to an ALJ. They have 30 days to appeal it to a circuit court. I felt that it would be beneficial for the council to understand if there's anything by documents, communications from council or commissioners of Bel Air Shores that may be showing their intention going forward, what their intention was going back. So I requested the city to pay for $105 open records request. Kyle sent it to our attorney. Our attorney charges $70 to say no. So I paid and got the records request. And in that records request, there's some valuable information. One of the council people think they own 9 miles into the Gulf of Mexico. So, I mean, we can just go on and on, but I paid for it, so don't worry about it. It's my information now.
The question is still on the table. Kyle is looking for guidance. Let's just go down to the end, start with Councilmember Goff. What's your take on this?
I believe Kyle should have some latitude, but maybe there's some costs in there, that there's some limits there.
Councilmember Shirley?
Well, I have a struggle with a private citizen group requesting documents and then coming to the city after the fact for a reimbursement. And I think if the city has a need, Kyle has the funding to pay for the request. And if someone from the Citizens Alliance would have come to Kyle and said, hey, I think we need this before the fact, maybe things would have been different, and if it was something Kyle felt was useful, but at this point, I don't think we should be paying for private citizens' requests for public records. The city should not be paying for those. If the city needs them, then the city should pay for them. My opinion.
Thank you. Councilmember Harper.
I would concur with Councilmember Shirley.
Councilmember Boone.
It benefits the entire east side of Bel Air Beach, east of Gulf Boulevard. And I think the Alliance has done a fairly good job so far. I would imagine, I'm not an attorney, I don't know. But maybe we could get some opinions from the 3 attorneys involved in the Alliance to see how important that information is for them. And in case they need it, they have it. And I don't really see a problem because it benefits everybody east of Gulf Boulevard. It's not just one person, it's the entire community.
All right, thank
in my
you.
opinion.
And I'm going to take one more comment because Frank, I already heard from you, Vice Mayor Roberts.
Now, for clarity, Bel Air Beach Alliance did not make this request. Frank Bankert made this request, so council would have the information. Because ever since this ECL matter came out, it seems like we're always playing defense. So Bel Air Beach Alliance did not make this request. An attorney from Bel Air Beach Alliance made her own request. And she paid for it out of her own money. She offered to give me the information. Okay? I made the request to help counsel out because if you remember, the resolution got passed that we were against the ECL, but there was no legal remedy in that resolution. So I figured, let's get the information in case that ECL fails and it gets and there's an appeal in there, so we know how to attack it. Now, apparently, we're not going to attack it if there is an appeal. So I'm hoping that the Alliance will attack it.
Vice Mayor Roberts.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So Councilmember Bankert, you just said a minute ago, which is great. You said it's taken care of. So your request is.
I paid for it.
Right, so we really don't need to consider paying for that record request? Is that what you're implying?
It's my record request.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
Do you want it?
I don't know.
Well, I'll send you a bill.
So, and the ECL, we already talked about that. That has been taken care of by the state. They rejected the request from Bel Air Shores. And our legal counsel told us that those records will be there forever. So I don't see any particular reason to ask for them now. I understand what Councilmember Bankert is saying that, well, now we could be on the offensive. I don't necessarily believe we need to do that. So I'm against it.
All right, so my recommendation is in this case is to we're pretty much half and half.
Can I just add something? I don't think it's necessarily so much about this case, because Mr. Bankert said it's not, right? It's future cases. Giving Kyle authority moving forward. So I don't want to, beat this case to death, but how does everyone feel about moving forward if a private citizen makes a request and then comes to Kyle to have their bill paid?
I think that's an exception. I think the idea that Kyle has authority within the city boundaries to make those discretionary decisions within the boundaries of the city. And if there's an exception to be made, then that should be presented to council as an exception or as a request.
Makes sense, but let's ask Kyle, do you want that responsibility?
I'm comfortable with the responsibility if you give me the discretion to make a decision where I can update you on what if I did pay for a record and what that was and then following up on, I don't know if I'm gonna get another one. I just was looking for a little bit more, understanding of how you want it to be handled rather than having to try to call a special meeting or to get a decision.
You have discretionary spending any way that you want to spend. You have a certain limit, provided you're not buying drugs or appropriate. But the point is that I think you should just use your better judgment whenever cases like this come up, and something small like this, it really should never come in front of the council. But if you need more direction, then please add it to a work session and we'll discuss it more later.
Okay.
Does that work for you?
Yes.
Everybody good with that?
Yes.
All right,
I
great.
do have a question. How did you feel about this request, Kyle?
How did I feel about it? Well, after hearing Attorney Trask's opinion that it could benefit the city, then it felt like it was a record that would be valuable to us. Now the timetable was what was bothering me because it felt like needed to be made, and then I just wasn't comfortable making that decision because it was an abnormal request.
Understood.
Just point. I'll tell you how great this guy is. He offered to pay for it himself.
Just to get talk.
Just to wash it all away. He just said, I'll pay for it. I said, no, he's not paying for it. He doesn't live on the east side of Gulf Boulevard. He does live on east of Gulf Boulevard, but I mean, this is something that I believe the council should have had. That's all I'm going to say. But that shows you the dedication this man has for this city.
Understood, but it just came to us.
Yeah.
Right?
There's nothing we could have done different, right?
Situations arise and we're not always going to be prepared to answer the question at this meeting. Sometimes it just needs to go to a work session, but all right, anything else, Kyle? Before I go to the council for questions?
Nope.
All right, any questions or comments for the city manager? Yes.
Quick question, Kyle, on the Gulf Boulevard, the grounding. So you mentioned it just ran away from me. So the right-of-way damage due to the undergrounding, I'm curious regarding what type of damage have we already seen to date by some of that work?
Mostly like grass damage.
Okay.
Turf damage. Some people's yards are a little more pristine than others and they're more sensitive usually when it rolls through and you got heavy trucks.
Okay.
Creating ruts or disturbing sod.
But the
we've
actual
been trying to-
boring didn't like tear up a fence or anything like that?
I haven't seen anything major like
Okay, good.
that, mainly just turf and landscaping.
Okay.
Does that also include the sidewalk areas that were?
There's concrete damage that the county is aware of and JM Underground has claimed responsibility for it, but they won't repair it until they're completely done.
It's grass, it's sprinklers, as that heavy equipment runs over your sprinkler. It does that. I do have a question though, Kyle. I saw him pulling cable out there in the front yard. So can you just give me a quick overview on what the progress is after that? So what's the process?
So I was told it'll take, I was told it takes about a couple weeks, two to three to pull that run of cable, but we should probably give it a month. So once they actually pull the wires through, and it's popping out in each location it needs to go to, then they'll start doing the majority of the equipment. So then, once that's placed on the pedestals and in position, then they'll, I guess, bring the engineers in to connect everything and energize. But it should be fairly quick. But Duke has multiple projects going on up and down, so we've been trying to stay on them as far as progress reports and updates.
So when you say equipment, so what's out there is not the equipment yet. So they're gonna place more stuff on top of.
And some of like those cans you see pedestals out there.
Okay.
Mhm.
They got transformers.
Transformers on the ground. Yeah.
Okay.
Transformers and switch gears and then smaller pedestals.
Thanks.
Anyone else? All right, let's move on to Kathy. How you doing?
Okay. So my report is in there. It's pretty standard at the beginning of the month. Regular meetings, the Big C was at Indian Rocks Beach that I attended. We had the Board of Adjustment hearing that you heard about. Been working on public records requests and agendas and packets. Updating the website and sending out the constant contacts. Provided meeting minutes for several meetings that we've had over the past month. And this month, we will be hosting the Big C here, July 29th. And we had 4 candidates qualify for the November 3rd election.
All right, any questions or comments for the city clerk? Nope, think you're doing a great job.
Thank you.
Keep it up. All right, now we are on to item number 9, which is citizen comments. Any citizen would like to address the council about a topic not already on the agenda, please raise your hand and wait to be called on. Each speaker will be recognized once and limited to a 3-minute presentation. Please direct all questions and comments to the council. Council, I ask that you please hold your responses until council comments. Would any citizens like to address the council? Right, citizen comments are now closed. Since we didn't have any citizen comments, I'm assuming you have nothing else you'd like to say, Kyle? All right. Now we're on to the consent agenda. This is for items 11 through 13. Approval of the June 1st, 2026 City Council meeting minutes. Approval of the June 16th, 2026 special meeting minutes and approval of the June 22nd, 2026 budget workshop minutes. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Motion is made by Councilmember Shirley. I have a second. And was that Harper?
Yes.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, consent agenda passes. All right, now we are on to item number 14. This is for consideration of appointment to the Parks and Recreation Board, Marlene Matz. Is Miss Matz here?
She is not. She has the flu.
Oh,
I
no.
was planning to attend and she emailed me today. So,
All right, well, since she's not here, let's just go ahead and move.
I believe Patty.
Yeah, I'm good. I was going to give you the opportunity to present, but please come on up.
I just want to say that Marlene is very eager. She came to our pickleball tournament. She helped out and introduced herself around to everybody and got to know a lot of people. She has recently moved here. Her parents have been here forever. And so now she's down here permanently. And we would love to have addition on our Parks and Rec board.
All right, and would anyone else like to speak on Marlene's behalf?
So she lives at the end of Harrison Avenue. You all probably know Bruno, her father, who attended many, many meetings, was very active for a while in the city. She's here taking care of him. And she's here permanently. She sold her home and has moved in with him permanently. She's been a great asset to Harrison Avenue. She's out and about quite a bit, and I know she's participated in some of the parks events already and is ready to get involved in the community.
Are there any other citizens who'd like to comment on this appointment? None? All right, citizen comments are now closed. Council, I'm going to need a motion to appoint Marlene Matz to the Park and Recreation Board.
So moved.
Motion is made by Vice Mayor Roberts. Do I have a second?
Second.
I'm gonna give that one. Who was that? That was Marv. I'm gonna give that one to Marv. All right. All right. Vice Mayor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I think we recognized before that this particular committee is a fun and enjoyable committee. It's a great starter committee for people that are willing to volunteer and step up. They're also typically a little bit shorthanded, which I have to suffer because of that, listening to my friend who's out there. So I strongly support this recommendation.
For some reason, I believe you're a bit biased, but anyway, thank you for speaking on that. Would any other council members like to speak on this topic?
I believe Miss Matz probably is I don't know her, but she's probably a great candidate. I don't discourage anybody from getting on a board, and especially because we don't pay anything, but I still remember we lost a board member on Parks and Rec because her husband could not attend a meeting that we canceled. And we put that candidate in abeyance. We set a policy saying if the candidate isn't here, we weren't going to approve them until the person could show up. So we lost a very, 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 very good board member because of that. And now we're just doing whatever we want to do again. We need to set a policy is what I'm saying. The person's here and we can, or he's not here, or they're here and we want to speak for them, that's fine, if that's the policy. But we don't deny one person the application because we don't feel like, we don't like him. We don't feel like, well, he should be here. What is the policy to approve somebody? I guess that's the question.
The policy is we have a motion on the floor.
Yeah, okay.
Would anyone else like to speak? No? All right, do we want to do a roll call vote just because?
Councilmember Bankard?
I don't know. I mean, I want to say yes, but I don't know what the policy is. So move on.
You can't move on. It's a legal requirement under the statute for you. While you're here, if you're not abstaining, you have to vote. So either yes or no.
I'll vote yes with my statement.
Councilmember Bean?
Yes.
Councilmember Goff?
Yes.
Councilmember Harper?
Yes.
Councilmember Shirley?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Roberts?
Yes.
Mayor Gaddis?
Yes. So if anyone sees Marlene, congratulate her and tell her that the council says thank you for serving our city. All right, she's probably watching. What's that?
She's probably watching.
Oh, let's hope so. All right, so we're now moving on to item number 15, which is consideration of ordinance 2026-10. This is the second reading. City Attorney Trask, would you please read the ordinance and then provide a brief summary of its objective?
So this is ordinance 2026-10, an ordinance of the city of Bella Beach, Florida, amending section 94-209 Heights of Division 3 Residential Low RL District 2 of Article 4 Districts of Chapter 94 Zoning of the Land Development Code of the City of Bel Air Beach Code of Ordinances by allowing for variances to elevation requirements if determined necessary by the floodplain manager or his or her designee to meet compliance with floodplain management regulations and or the Florida Building Code, providing for codification, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. That was the second final reading of ordinance 2026-10 by title only. You can see the change to the section of the code, section 94-209. It previously prohibited variances to be considered relative to heights. It has now been changed to, or it will be changed to add some language that allows for a variance request to be considered if the floodplain manager or his designee determines it to be necessary to meet the floodplain management regulations and or the Florida Building Code. So it just takes it from a can't have it to at least having the legal ability to request it.
Thank you, Tom. Before we go to the council, would any citizen like to comment on this ordinance? All right, citizen comments are now closed. Council, I need a motion to adopt ordinance 2026-10 on this second reading.
So moved.
I'm going to give that one to Vice Mayor Roberts and give second to Councilmember Shirley. Vice Mayor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. Obviously, this is the second reading. We passed this previously. It absolutely makes sense. And in addition to that, we're going to be in compliance with the state requirements. So I think it's time to vote.
Any other council comments on this ordinance? All right.
Mayor,
Yes.
since I wasn't here on the first reading, I just have a question. Are you allowing 8-foot ceilings, 10-foot or 12-foot on each of the floors?
Okay, well, this provision doesn't even get to that. The other code provisions relative to height would stay in place. This is just giving the opportunity to make a variance request to make a change. So that variance request obviously could be approved by the floodplain manager, but until the actual application comes in, I don't think the floodplain manager is going to have any idea as to what it will actually be. You have to wait for the application to come in. This just gives the ability to have the application.
I just was wondering, where this was gonna go as far as, because if the floor heights are different, ceiling to floor, you're gonna have a different height. Totally. And so I just wonder if we should address that or not.
I believe they still have the restriction of 35 feet maximum height. Unless, in this case, the reason this was brought was because there was a 2-story home being elevated. And if they elevate to the required floodplain, it knocked them 2 additional feet higher than they allowed 35 feet. So that's what, and they couldn't go for a variance because of the way the ordinance is written. This corrects that.
True, I agree with
And
that.
this
Just
would be,
wondering where the games,
would
where the
be,
games are gonna be played, saying I want 10-foot ceilings, 12-foot ceilings, or 8-foot ceilings.
Well, they still have the 35-foot, unless they can prove a hardship for the variance, they still have a 35-foot limit.
Okay. Just questioning. Thank you.
any other questions or comments? All right, Kathy, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Bankert.
Yes.
Councilmember Beam.
Aye.
Councilmember Goff.
Yes.
Councilmember Harper.
Yes.
Councilmember Shirley.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Roberts.
Aye.
Mayor Gaddis.
Aye. So ordinance 2026-10 passes unanimously and it is now on the books. All right, we are up to item number 16. This is consideration of ordinance 2026-03, chapter 22, environment amendments, city attorney Trask.
Thank you, Mayor. This is ordinance 2026-03, an ordinance of the city of Bel Air Beach, Florida, amending chapter 22 environment of the Code of Ordinances of the city of Bel Air Beach by amending the list of prohibiting conditions in section 22-33 to exempt certain basketball hoops, by deleting the $500 cap on the administrative fee in section 22-38, by amending section 22-40 to allow for payment of liens and installments established by the city council, by amending section 22-61 of the noise ordinance to delete yelling and shouting and adding boats and vehicles without mufflers, and prohibiting boat motors from being operated out of the water for more than 30 minutes during a 24-hour period, by amending the noise the noise exemption list in section 22-62 to delete references to certain holidays, providing for codification, severability, and an effective date. I think the title basically speaks in detail as to the changes that are being made in the code, but it basically allows for basketball hoops if they are kept in good repair and anchored by a base weight. The administrative fees in the two statutes or two code provisions relative taking out the dollar amounts and establishing a dollar amount by resolution, so that you can always change that without having to change the code. The boat and vehicle noise is being substituted for yelling and shouting, which is hard to enforce. Boat motors out of the water, you're limiting how many times that can be operated or when it can be operated. And also the weekend holiday provision and the noise provision under chapter or section 22-62(5). You just basically have made it every day, 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. and taking out the holidays. So I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have any, but these are the changes that have already gone to the council for review at the work session.
All right, let's go to the citizens for comments. Would anyone like to make a comment on ordinance 2026-03? All right, citizen comments are now closed. Council, I'm going to need a motion to approve on first reading ordinance 2026-03.
So moved.
Motion is made by Vice Mayor Roberts. Do I have a second?
Second.
That one's Harper.
Yes, sir.
All right. All right, Vice Mayor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. So we had some interesting conversations when these type of ordinances come up. A lot of discussion about the basketball hoop. So what the real issue is, we're all familiar with like the little Tiny Tot basketball hoops that are out there that weigh 15 pounds. Those are the times we don't want sitting out there for multiple days. If somebody has like a more permanent type fixed basketball hoop out there that the base is filled with sand or water, that's not something you're going to move easily. So that's why we wanted to designate that type of a hoop is not something that has to be taken away out of your driveway, anything like that. The other items were brought up by legal counsel where we took away the dollar values, which absolutely made sense. The noise issues, the yelling, we had conversations about that. As our legal counsel said, yelling is difficult to identify and define. So I think that all the changes we made were good. It's really great that we go through these, that the mayor sets up these particular type of things, as well as other things that we're going to vote on like tonight. So we don't have to go into detailed discussions about it. We've already discussed it at length at the workshops, and now we're ready to just move on and vote. So I think we're ready to vote.
Other comments from the council?
Yeah, we took away the dollar amount. So we can now exceed it over $500. Am I correct?
You're going to establish it by resolution, and so that will be a discussion here before you adopt a resolution. So you'll be in control of whatever that dollar amount is. Yeah.
We're scratching out yelling, shouting, etc. Yelling, shouting, hooting, whistling, singing. We're creating similar noises on public streets, particularly between the hours of 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. Now, I don't think I'm going to have a problem where I live, but I think if I lived on Goff Boulevard, I would have a your strong feelings of someone. I can tell if someone's yelling or singing extremely loud between 10 PM and 7 AM. I don't know why we scratched that out. The holidays I have a problem with. I said we should have increased, put in Veterans Day in that, because we had an incident in this city with Deputy Trump. But most importantly, Deputy Trump's going to be retiring probably within a year. We're now looking at a service that's going to be going out enforcing this stuff. So they're going to be looking for a badge of honor. So some mom and dad that couldn't fix a basketball hoop could get fined $1,000, in my view, because they're busy working. I think the ordinance stinks.
All right, thank you for your comments. Any other comments? Yes, Mark.
As far as the time constraints on running a boat, I mean, it should be stated in there from 7 in the morning until maybe 6 at night, like a working thing, rather than just over the 24-hour period. And as far as the yelling, what if you get a rental house next to you, and there are a few,
Yeah.
and you get some people in there yelling and screaming until 10 o'clock at night? Do we have any other ordinance that would be able to handle that?
So this suggested change is saying that you cannot operate boat motors out of the water from 6 PM to 7 AM. That's a given. And you cannot run the boat motor for more than 30 minutes during any time in the 24-hour period.
Out of the water.
This is the loud exhaust out of the water.
Is that clear enough? I mean,
Be clear.
all right.
It probably would keep them from actually boating out of the water too.
Well, a lot of people
Yes,
bring the
right.
boats up out of the water when they come in,
They started motor at 6 AM.
and then they put the
6:30.
mops on them and they run them for
Enough time to
15,
flush
20
them
minutes,
out.
and it could be 10, 11, 12 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
Well,
Somebody's
if
trying
it's
to
an
sleep.
issue for you and, if you have a neighbor who's running a loud engine dry, which we have one in the marina that does it for an hour at a time on my street. Now I have some recourse. I had nothing to do with this change, but I like it because it's very annoying when you're trying to enjoy your afternoon and they're out there working on their engine.
Well, we had that situation on 22nd and Bay Shore, the rental house. They were constantly working on a boat that was behind the fence. And they would work on that 10 o'clock at night or 6 o'clock in the morning, and you'd hear that thing running. So. Okay.
I did think that was a good comment about loud houses or parties or something like that next door. So we still have something elsewhere in ordinance that would stop that at a certain time. It becomes an issue or.
So you can just look right to the code that's currently in existence.
And I guess what was struck out was on public streets only. Is that where?
Okay, finally got to it. So, you have a list under section 22-61 as to violations. They're fairly detailed: horn signaling devices, radio amplifiers, television, loudspeakers, loading and unloading, construction equipment, advertising sound equipment. There's just a huge list, bells, whistles, watercraft, explosive fireworks, other noises. Is titled, that paragraph, other noises, says the creation or permitting of any loud or raucous noise so as to disturb the peace, quiet, or comfort of the adjacent neighborhood. So that would cover what you're asking. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for looking that up.
Sure.
Any other questions or comments?
I have one. We had this holiday that a lot of people were off work this past Friday, which was the 4th. And it's the first time since I've lived here that we had an issue where workers are allowed to come on a designated holiday that a lot of people were off of work. So we had 3 sets of workers, hammers, saws, nails, whatever they were doing. Just making all kinds of noise on the street. 3 homes that were under construction were being worked on. Now, our ordinance, I wasn't aware of it, never looked into it, never ran across this problem, allows people to work on that day, even though it's a designated holiday where the city is closed, the post office is closed, etc. So I think we should look into that.
But we're striking those days out here, right?
We're going to every day.
That's for the homeowner, I
It's
believe.
for the homeowner, not the contractors.
Never, so the Friday was the 3rd. So we've had the holiday declared, no work day. We've never
Holiday
done like that.
declared, but the
Yeah.
workers are still allowed to come here and work. So most of the people are trying to enjoy the day noise free, and we had workers working on 3 homes.
But they can't do that on the 4th of July, because
Not
that's
on
the
the-
holiday, the day before, so.
This is the 3rd.
So it's the day before.
The observation day of the holiday.
Yeah.
The actual holiday.
Most of our residents were off, the ones that were fortunate enough to be off.
All right.
Just one quick question. So in front of the new language, it says boat motors out of the water. There's the number 12 there. Is that because that's going to be a new section?
Yeah, that's going to be added to that section 22-61.
Okay, so that's going to be a new section that's going to come after
Yeah.
section 11 or whatever.
Yeah, all those
Okay.
other things that I listed a moment ago. The last one you currently have is the one, other noises. That's paragraph 11. So we're going to add this paragraph 12 at the end. And that's what it's going to read is in section 5 of the ordinance.
Okay.
All right. Is there anything else we'd like to discuss or any changes that we feel that this would need to go back to a work session or I mean, we've got it, it's on the floor right now. We're gonna have to take a vote. Are we ready to stop discussing and vote on it? Anyone else? We good? Kathy, please call the roll.
Councilmember Bankert,
No,
Councilmember Beam,
No.
Councilmember Goff,
Yes.
Councilmember Harper,
Yes.
Councilmember Shirley,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Roberts,
I,
Mayor Gaddis.
Yes, so it passes 5-2. And we will read this again at the next regular meeting. All right, now, we're on item number 17. This is consideration of ordinance 2026-04 concerning renter decals. Take it away, Tom.
Thank you, Mayor. This is ordinance 2026-04, an ordinance of the city of Bel Air Beach, Florida, amending chapter 38, Parks, Recreation Areas, and City Facilities. The Code of Ordinances of the city of Bel Air Beach by deleting the requirement for a renter's registration address and driver's license address to match the city address of the leased property for the issuance of a renter decal, providing for codification, severability, and for an effective date. That was the first reading of ordinance 2026-04 by title only. And as the title reflects, you're deleting this provision that requires the registration address and driver's license match the leased property. So you're taking that out of there. Again, this was something that came before you at a work session and further reviewed by your planning board.
All right, thank you, Tom. Let's go to citizens for comments. Anyone like to speak on this resolution 2026-04? All right, citizen comments are now closed. Council, I'm going to need a motion to approve ordinance 2026-04 on the first reading.
So moved.
Motion is made by Harper. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Shirley. Sorry, Lloyd.
No, that's good.
All right, Mr. Harper.
We live in a community that is split with multiple residents that have residents in multiple locations, and the requirement of the same address on the driver's license is short-sighted in the fact that not everybody is going to have their primary residence as Bel Air Beach. So we need the flexibility as an organization to say we will accept or not accept, but it should not be codified to require that.
Thank you. Other comments?
I can add to that. A lot of time we'll verify the lease. It's just in this situation, they usually don't have the driver's license. If it's a 6 month or a year lease, changed over for that period of time, but we are verifying that they are renting that property and we are limiting them to a maximum of 2 decals.
So is lease verification or property ownership mandatory?
So yeah, we are verifying that they have a current active lease for renting that property. Yes.
Councilmember Beam.
I have a question. Does that sticker allow them to use the beach access in Bel Air Shore?
Yes.
It shouldn't, because it's only for owners of property out here, not for renters. So if they get caught going over there, we're gonna have a problem here in the city. So it's either a different sticker or a different color or something. It's got to be not allowing them to go in Bel Air
A
Shore.
renter gets the same as an owner.
I thought the renter
Just
got
limited.
red stickers.
Different color.
They get a different color.
Did you get different? Okay.
It is identified differently.
Red this year.
Well, then we better
Still
make
doesn't-
sure that the police department knows that if they're parked out there, they need to be ticketed or told, one or the other. Because that's gonna cause problems between Bel Air Beach and Bel Air Shore.
So let me clarify this. We're just making it easier for a renter to get a renter decal, but we're not changing anything about what we're doing at the access lots. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, all right. Other comments, questions?
I have just a question, and that is, this is specifically targeted at renters. But I've got an owner that had a similar situation where they had a property in another state and they could not get a decal in Bel Air Beach because their primary residence was another location. So is there a remedy for that scenario where an owner is not with the driver's license for Bel Air Beach, but is an owner and is registered as an owner?
If they own a property in Bel Air Beach, they should be able to get their decals on for their vehicles.
I'll give you the further scenario is that they rented a car every time they came because they were in a rental car.
Okay.
They own the property, but they couldn't get a decal to park at the access because they were in a rental car that was not registered to them in a property in Bel Air Beach. So it's just a weird scenario.
Yeah, I do recall something similar like that. And then we decided that if that's an owner and they're renting a car, that they just need to prove that that's their rental car. And then we can give them a sticker for that rental car.
The problem was the remedy was every time they came to do that every 3 to 4 weeks, they would have to come back to City Hall and re-register and go through that process every time. And that's where the
Yeah.
rub happened.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
That's because the plate number has to be put on the sticker. And so that was when they came in and asked about that, that's how we would have to change that every time because the car's issued. And then they'd come back a couple weeks later with a different car. So the officers wouldn't be able to match that.
It's a recurring problem. I understand. I'm just trying to figure out how to resolve the problem in the long term, but that doesn't necessarily apply to this ordinance, but it's just a
Right.
question I wanted to ask the general counsel.
I had to do it before I had a car down here full time. Yeah.
Any other comments or questions? All right. Kathy, please call the roll.
Councilmember Bankard?
Yes.
Councilmember Bean?
Yes.
Councilmember Goff?
Yes.
Councilmember Harper?
Yes.
Councilmember Shirley?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Roberts? Mayor Gaddis?
Aye. And so the first reading of 2026-04 passes. We'll do it again next month. All right, now we are on to item number 18, which is consideration of ordinance 2026-06, parking within a cul-de-sac. Tom?
Thank you, Mayor. This is ordinance 2026-06, an ordinance of the city of Bel Air Beach, Florida, amending section 58-32 of chapter 58, traffic and motor vehicles of the Code of Ordinances of the city of Bel Air Beach by prohibiting the standing or parking of a vehicle within a cul-de-sac, providing for codification, severability, and for an effective date. As you can see in section 1, there is a provision that you have in section 58-32 that provides that standing or parking a vehicle, whether occupied or not, except momentarily to pick up or discharge a passenger or passengers. You're modifying that to make sure that they also don't do it in a cul-de-sac. So you don't want a parked vehicle in a cul-de-sac, I think is what they were trying to accomplish. So that's the only change to this ordinance. And again, came before you at a work session, and it was also before the Planning and Zoning Board for their recommendation of approval.
Thank you, Tom. Let's go to citizens for comments. Would anyone like to speak on ordinance 2026-06? All right, citizen comments are now closed. Council, I need a motion to approve ordinance 2026-06 on its first reading.
So move.
Motion is made by Beam,
Second.
second by, was that Bankard? All right. Marv, you've got the floor.
Oh, the only thing I would say about this is when we put the signs up, put one on both sides
Your
of the
mic
street.
off.
It's on.
Okay. Can't hear you.
So it's on, we put signs on both sides of the street and put them a little lower. I've noticed the problems on the end of Louisa where they park on the wrong side of the street, don't see the sign on the left side, or they don't look up to the height it is, so we need to get it down so they can see it and maybe put one on the other side. This is true observation that I've noticed what the problems are.
Other comments on this ordinance? No? All right, Kathy, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Bankard?
Yes.
Councilmember Bean?
Yes.
Councilmember Goff?
Yes.
Councilmember Harper?
Yes.
Councilmember Shirley?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Roberts?
Aye.
Mayor Gaddis?
Aye. So 2026-06, first reading passes unanimously. We'll do that one again next month also. Now we are on to item number 19, which is consideration of ordinance 2026-11 concerning sign regulations. City Attorney Trask.
Mayor, this is ordinance 2026-11, an ordinance of the City of Bel Air Beach, Florida, repealing chapter 86 of the city code, which is the sign regulations in its entirety, creating a new chapter 86 of the city code, providing for comprehensive sign regulations, making related findings, providing for codification, severability, and effective date. As you can see, this is a very lengthy ordinance. This has been discussed over the past 2 or 3 years at several work sessions. It was recently came before this council for consideration in addition to others in the past. It's a complete rewrite of your sign code. I'll be happy to answer any questions if you have any, but it's a complete rewrite. So we can be here all night, me talking about every specific portion of the sign code that's been revised.
All right, let's go to the citizens for comments. Anyone like to speak on this topic? All right, citizen comments are now closed. Council, I'm going to need a motion to approve ordinance 2026-11 on the first reading.
I did have a question. What were some of the issues that brought this about?
Or we'll have to make a motion to discuss it.
So moved.
Motion is made by Shirley. Do I have a second?
Second move.
A second by Mark Bean. All right, you had a question?
Thank you. What were some of the issues that brought this about?
So there were several cases that came down from the United States Supreme Court that addressed signs and sign codes throughout the United States. This ordinance was drafted to basically revise the code to make it in compliance with those United States Supreme Court decisions. And in addition, it was also focused on making sure that we don't have billboards here in the city of Bel Air Beach. And this basically puts us in a position that we can keep that from happening. So
real quick, before you ask another question, I'm supposed to give the floor to Shirley because she made the motion.
Well, I mean, I would just reiterate what our attorney said is that we've been without a sign ordinance because we repealed it years ago. Because there was so much controversy around it. This has been drafted and just sitting and never brought to council to, because there's been so many people bringing up issues that maybe it's still not in compliance. At some point, we have to have a sign code, or else we're going to get billboards like we have on Gulf Boulevard and, AAA demo right there. It's not necessarily our sign, but we do,
Yeah.
we're already starting to see them pop up, right? These construction guys could put whatever they want to on a construction site because we have no sign.
Thank you.
Now, do you have a question or are you okay?
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Yes, Councilmember Banker.
7 years ongoing, we haven't had a sign ordinance. I'm 100% against billboards on Goff Boulevard. Pass an ordinance saying no billboards on Goff Boulevard. I got questions from residents. How big can I do this sign, this sign, this sign? This is so disturbing. I mean, I like Alito's opinion, second opinion. I like Clarence Thomas's opinion on Reed versus Town. But the dissenting opinion said, we will be revisiting this, okay? And I believe, I don't like a lot of the dissenting opinions of the justices that wrote that, but I think it will be, this is just so unnecessary for this city. I think we should carve out some stuff and say, hey, look, we don't want billboards. But telling people they can't do this in their yard and do that in their yard, it's their yard. Get government out of people's personal space and property.
All right, thank you for your take on this ordinance, Mr. Banker. Any other comments? Yes, Mark.
I think Jody Shirley and I would remember the projected lawsuit that was brought against Bel Air Beach for signs a bunch of years ago. They threatened to take the city to court. So whatever in there, I'm sure would make that particular gentleman who still lives here happy. But if anything was taken out, I'm sure he'd be back here threatening another lawsuit. That's just the way it went, and it got pretty serious. So I'm glad to see this done.
All right, thank you. Last chance for other comments. No? All right, Kathy, would you please call the roll for the first reading?
Councilmember Bankard?
No.
Councilmember Bean?
Aye.
Councilmember Goff?
Yes.
Councilmember Harper?
Yes.
Councilmember Shirley?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Roberts? Mayor Gaddis?
Aye. So first reading passes 6-1, and we will bring that one up again next month. All right, we're getting close. Now we're on to item 20. I'll tell you what, hate to say it, but can we take a point of privilege in 5 minutes?
Be great with me.
All right.
Get a prostate.
Yeah, it's called being over 60. Do you want to go first?
No, I'm fine.
Well, see,
Of ordinance 2026-12 concerning gazebos, pergolas, and accessory structures. Tom?
Thank you, Mayor. This is ordinance 2026-11, an ordinance of the city of Bel Air Beach, Florida, repealing, I'm sorry, let me get the right one in front of me. Wow. Should have turned over. So again, ordinance 2026-12, an ordinance of the city of Bel Air Beach, Florida, amending chapter 94 zoning of the Code of Ordinances of the city of Bel Air Beach by adding gazebo and pergola to section 94-2 definitions and by amending section 94-210 to provide that sheds, gazebos, and pergolas are accessory structures and may not be erected on a parcel that does not contain a primary structure. Providing for codification, severability, and for an effective date. So that was the first reading of ordinance 2026-12 by title only. You can see that there was a definition of gazebo added, a definition of pergola added, and then both those words added in the detached building section 94-10 of your code, specifically providing that sheds, gazebos, and pergolas are accessory structures that may not be erected on a parcel that does not contain a primary structure. So those are the only changes to the chapter 94 that we're dealing with in this particular ordinance.
Thank you, Tom. Let's go to the citizens for comments. Would anyone like to speak on 2026-12? Citizen comments are now closed. Council, I need a motion to approve ordinance 2026-12 on the first reading.
Motion.
Motion is made by Councilmember Shirley. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second is made by Mark Beam. Councilmember Shirley, you have the floor.
The way this was explained in the work session, and it makes sense, is that most homes can have, that we can have sheds, but this would be for like, but assume waterfront homes, or instead of a shed, you could add a gazebo equal to the square footage of a shed, which already exists in our code.
I appreciate you explaining that. Other comments? No? All right, in that case, Kathy, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember
Oh,
Bankford?
wait,
Oh.
1 second.
All right, in our deed restrictions for our island, there is something that mentions gazebos and sheds and temporary structures. I just wonder if there's going to be a conflict between the two.
Your code provision covers every property in the entire city. And so if you have a piece of property that is burdened by a deed restriction relative to sheds and gazebos, you have to comply with that. And you also have to comply with what the city provides. But this is just with regard to the entire city of Bel Air Beach.
All right, well, this is a deed restriction for my area, so I just wonder if there's any conflicts. I don't know if you read the deed restrictions or.
No, but this is what will control. And if your deed restrictions are more restrictive, then you'll have to deal with both this provision and your deed restriction, making it more restrictive. So your deed restriction cannot allow for a pergola or a gazebo to be built in excess of the provisions in your code.
Okay, but this supersedes the.
No, they both will apply.
They both will apply, even though this was written back in 57.
If your deed restrictions are still in effect, some of them expire after a number of years, 20 or 30 years, they may have expired. If they
No,
didn't expire.
The way this deed restriction is written, it's still active.
Okay, so you'd have to comply with both then.
Okay, but I mean, that's everybody on the island, so I just want to make sure.
Any other comments? Kathy, please call the roll.
Member Bankford?
Yes.
Councilmember Beam?
Aye.
Councilmember Goff?
Aye.
Councilmember Harper?
Yes.
Councilmember Shirley?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Roberts?
Aye.
Mayor Gaddis?
Aye. So 2026-12 on the first reading passes unanimously. Now we're to a resolution, consideration of resolution 2026-06. This is a social media policy. City Attorney Trask.
Yes, I'm going to read this resolution by title only. This is resolution 2026-06, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Bel Air Beach adopting a social media policy and providing for an effective date. The social media policy that's attached to the resolution is is quite extensive, but it basically boils down to this, that the city manager is going to be in control of your website and your social media services, whatever they are. That those, the website and the social media services shall be limited to one-way traffic of communication out of the city and not necessarily receiving any traffic coming in, to avoid having comments being raised or placed on the city's website or social media platforms. It talks about the general requirements for the policy. And it's very specific about the fact that it warns the council not to be aware of the fact that there could be violations of the public records law and sunshine law that need to be considered if you are involved in posting any information on those platforms or the city's website. But the bottom line is that this will give the city manager some direction as to how he would move forward and address website questions or concerns and social media requests.
Thank you, Tom. Before we go to the council, would any citizen like to comment on this resolution? All right, citizen comments are now closed. Council, I need a motion to adopt resolution 2026-06.
So moved.
That one went to Vice Mayor Roberts. Do I have a second?
Second.
A second by Councilmember Shirley. Vice Mayor Roberts, you have the floor.
Thank you. So Kyle, are you comfortable with this?
Yeah.
It's written?
Yeah, it's, so we had some questions based on the social media platforms used by the city and what can go out on them. And, you know, had a discussion with Attorney Trask and we looked into what policies we do have. We had an electronic device policy, which was more geared for the in-house staff use of equipment and computers, but we didn't have anything covering the general use of the social media platforms and the content that should be on there. So this clearly lays out what type of content should be used or shared on those social platforms. And then also it also goes over like some of the statements that we should put on our like Facebook account.
Okay.
So that the residents are aware of how the site is used.
Excellent. Thank you. Well, if you're good with it, I'm good with it. So we can vote.
Other council members, any comments? Oh, it's 2026. It's time. All right, Kathy, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Bankert.
Yes.
Councilmember Beam.
Aye.
Councilmember Goff.
Aye.
Councilmember Harper.
Yes.
Councilmember Shirley.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Roberts.
Aye.
Mayor Gaddis.
Aye, so resolution 2026-06 passes, and it won't be read next month because it's a resolution. All right, now we are on to. Let's see here, I've lost a page. Bear with me. Oh, item 22. This is for authorization for the city manager to execute a Ford Pinellas interlocal agreement. Mr. Riefler, would you like to speak on this?
Yes, sir. So this is a new interlocal agreement to be considered with the Ford Pinellas, the interlocal planning agency in the area. We've worked with them before on projects like our comprehensive plan update. That was probably the most elaborate project we've done recently with them. It was in the last 3 years. But we also I periodically will reach out to Ford Pinellas to ask them some planning advice or interpretation of some code language or maybe some suggestions on code. We have the planners with Calvin Giordano and Associates. We also use for this, but Ford Pinellas is just another resource. And this interlocal agreement gives us very good rates that we can utilize them for. So I'd like to execute it again if the council approves.
And just one other thing, Mayor, if I may, the city has had one of these agreements with Ford Pinellas since 2018. So the current one is expiring on September 30th of this year. So this will allow it to extend for that additional period of time. I believe it's for 4 years. So it isn't something new. You've been doing it.
Mhm.
It's just that the current one is expiring.
All right. Let's go to the citizens for comments on this item. Would anyone like to speak? All right, citizen comments are now closed. Council, I'm going to need a motion to authorize the city manager to execute a new interlocal agreement for planning and mapping services and our special project work with Ford Pinellas.
Motion.
Motion is made by Frank Bankert. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Marpy. Mr. Bankert, you have the floor.
It's wordsmith, pretty clear. Believe we need it.
All right, other comments from the council? All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Right, city manager, you are authorized to proceed. Item 23, unfinished business. Do we have any unfinished business to come before the council?
I just would like to bring up, because it was mentioned that the renter decal does not permit access to the Bel Air Shore lots, but our code says it does. So that's something we're going to want to bring to our work session if that's not accurate.
Okay. Right.
That's all.
Anything else?
That's it.
All right, now we are on to city council comments, starting with Councilmember Bankert.
Thank you. While we've just celebrated the 250th birthday of America, I hope we take time to remember the men and women who risked everything to build a nation founded on liberty. The 56 men we know as our founding fathers signed the Declaration of Independence, knowing it could cost them their lives, their families, and the fortunes. Their average age of these men was just 44 years of age. They understood that freedom is never free. It demands courage, sacrifice, personal responsibility, and most importantly, the constant vigilance to protect the God's given rights of every citizen. Citizens expect those elected to public office to stand firmly in defense of those rights. Today, we continue to enjoy the blessings of our founding fathers and all who gave fought to secure this nation for the past 250 years. But we should ask ourselves an important question: have we become too comfortable? America was not built by people looking for an easy path. It was built by men and women who worked hard, stood firm in their convictions, and were willing to sacrifice for something greater than themselves. The greatest way to honor those who came before us is not simply by waving a flag or watching fireworks. It is by living with integrity, working hard, respecting one another despite our differences, defending our freedoms, and leaving this country stronger for the next generation. Freedom is never guaranteed. Every generation has a responsibility to protect it, strengthen it, and pass it on. The American spirit is not defined by comfort. It is defined by courage and standing up for when a wrong is before it. May we strive every day to be worthy of the sacrifice that gave us this extraordinary nation. This is the only country on planet Earth that those who live here and hate it won't leave. God bless America.
Well said.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bankert. Now, up to Marv Beam.
Okay, this is a subject we talked about at the work session. This is the bridge. I looked up some aerial maps and shared that information with Kyle. From the aerial maps, it's hard to bring them down because they don't get very clear. It looks like from the aerial maps that I have or looked at that are dated 1957, the bridge was already there. It doesn't look like it's a temporary bridge from 1957. And I know the engineer said, well, that type of concrete couldn't have been possibly put there before 1960. But I think we need to find out if there was another bridge there prior to 1965 when they claim it was built. But from the aerial shots that I saw and Kyle saw, that doesn't show a temporary bridge. And if there was no bridge, I'd like to know how they built my house in 1958. So if that's the case, that bridge could be well over 70 years old. So would that mean a replacement or repair based on a bridge that was 70 plus years old? Good
Okay.
question.
All right.
Is there any way to find out anything? Or can we do some further research?
I can present the aerials to the engineers and ask what they recommend. But I haven't been able to, I haven't showed them yet.
Yeah, I know, it's just, I'm still investigating a little bit. I've got the, original developer's address and I'll try to call them and get some information.
Thank you for looking into that. All right, now we go to Councilmember Goff. I'm good. All right, Councilmember Harper,
No comment.
Councilmember Shirley,
No further comments. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Roberts.
Go USA soccer team.
I think I'm going to withhold my comments tonight and maybe we'll present them next time. Other than that, I will entertain a motion to adjourn. Motion is made by Councilmember Banker. Do I have a second? Second. Second by Councilmember Beam. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Right.
You want to suggest or want me to suggest?
I'm gonna email them. See, I'm gonna email them.